Alrighty, how loud is this? Hopefully it's not too loud. It looks probably about right. Maybe a little loud. Take the master down to 60. Hey, what's up, Dave? Playing around with some graphic settings here real quick. And that off. I'm gonna put the... Where's the foliage? Let's put the foliage up on Ultra. Motion blur off. How's that looking? So we're right around 70-ish FPS and 1440p. It's not bad. Of course, if we look at the ground, we get easily the monitor refresh rate. It's that distance. Woo! And I'm sure the Twitch compression does not do this justice. Yeah, I'm finally done with work. Had some dinner with the family. They're watching AGT Live or something, so... Got some time to play. Man, those clouds are hauling ass. Alright, so that gives me a good baseline for that. 60-ish. High 60s. So what happens if we go full send on... There is no ultra? Alright, so we turn everything up as high as it'll go. But I don't care too much for the post-processing, and I definitely want motion blur off. Foliage on ultra. Then VSync on sure. That redraw. Oh, let it get everything cached. And we're still sitting about the same, about 70. We'll roll with that and see how we get along. Oops. So, I need to finish the tutorial before I can change the difficulty. So, let's finish the tutorial. We have to reach the upper grassland area. Okay. So, it looks like we need to head down the road. Oh, it's on this screen. It's C. Yeah, so we need to go there. And then, is that... Question mark. Doesn't look like it's marked. It's tab for map. I keep hitting M. I don't understand why games do that. It's like, just use M for map, like every other game on the planet. Exploration marker. There we go. Alright, put your binocs away. Let's go get our Jeep. So once we get through this tutorial, then we can go do our own thing. Set the difficulty and all that good stuff. War paint. I thought there were just 3 Jeeps, but I had this one, so... That's the one we're doing. Selected. There it is. Apparently in this game, I'm only like 4 feet tall. It's a strange perspective. Maybe 3. You're really short in the game. Holy crap, that's loud. Audio. Let's try that for the master. Hey, Kisk, how's it going? So let me know audio-wise how that is. I don't know if that's still too loud or not. Where am I going? Oh, that's right. That goes down to the camp. We actually don't need to go this way. I like that they, like, give you a vehicle. Just playing some Sniper Elite 5. Cool. Whee! Yeehaw! Alright, somewhere down here there's a road. Is it this road? No, we need to go on down, take a left, and another left. I gotta learn this map. Yeah, Kisk, this is Way of the Hunt. Awesome. This is Way of the Hunter that came out today. It's definitely more of a sim than like Call of the Wild. And I'm running through the tutorial right now, which will unlock the shop, and then we can go do our own thing. It's party. I'm looking at it in glorious 1440p. I'm not sure what it looks like after Twitch gets done with it, but holy crap, does it look good. This Jeep's not the fastest thing in the world, but it beats walking. Wow, I can't hear that at all over the Jeep. Is that badgers?
I remember when I couldn't tell the difference between a white-tailed deer and a mule deer. Everybody used to tease me about it.
Making lots of noises. No, there's no bows.
I've forgotten all those hunting lessons from
there might be later, excuse me, there might be later on as a DLC, but it's just rifles and shotguns. You spooked the animals, yeah, because you told me to go down here. That's fine. Wait, I thought we were going to the... That wanted me to go here. I'm confused. Okay, so now all I have to do is harvest a whitetail or a mule deer? Okay. I thought we were driving a long way, so I hopped in the Jeep. Let's see a C to crouch. So let's go check these meadows over by the river. There goes a little, I think those are those badgers? Something running around in here. I had to hunt some badgers earlier for the tutorial. I wish, is there a free look key? Every game like this needs a free look key. Hunter Classic has it. Controls. Where's it tell me what my controls are? Does it not tell you? Shows me that. Oh, hey, Munchkin. Oh, she's delivering dessert to me live. Nice. Thank you, dear. My daughter was making some chocolate treat things. Hey, what's up, Emmy? I'm glad you're still alive. It's good to hear. Yeah, so there's no like, here's what your keys are. Player controls. Here we go. It's in the encyclopedia. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a free look, unfortunately. That would really rock. There is a cool photo mode, though. Oops. That's not what I wanted to do. No, go back to normal. No preset. Stop. Why are you being all weird, game? Look at that gun model. The old lever action 30-30. This is what my mom used to hunt deer with all the time when I was a kid. Only she didn't have a scope. It still has it. Winchester 30-30. Reset. There we go. What do you think about that, chat? Yeah, they're going to be adding stuff. They've already responded on their Discord. Their Discord's pretty active. They've got a ton of info on there. They're going to be in a future patch soon. There'll be key bindings, FOV slider, all the common stuff that people have been reporting in early access. Yeah, Himmy, I'm glad you could tune in. Yeah, that's some really good detail. I like it. Oops. Alright. We need to find a mule deer. I see some deer. Let's... Hopefully the badgers are not gonna attack me. There's a whitetail right over there. Buck. He's behind the doe, though. He is... Oh, yeah, I forgot the, I might just change this to metric. Game. Because it's going to be, like, weird if it's in yards. Because, like, you can't 0 to 100 yards. You 0 to whatever yards 100 meters is. And it's just weird. So we'll probably just do that. Yeah, I'm the same way, Himmy. I haven't hunted much in the last, like, 25 years, but I used to hunt. We hunted for a lot of meat when I was growing up because we didn't have much money. Alright, so we're... That's zeroing. It's one of them fancy scopes. I keep hitting B for binoculars. So I think we'll just... We've got a nice broadside shot at that buck there. The wind is not exactly in our favor, but so far so good. Might have been a little high. The superior measurement. Definitely a lot of deer out here, so that's cool. I guess we have to wade through the water. I don't want to get my boots wet. Oh, I was going to do the reload animation. Let me get down here in the sunlight. Oh, it's so good. I like it. There's a deer stand up there. Alright, let's go track down our deer. That should have been a kill shot. Looked like it probably went through the top of the lungs. I was a little high. Yeah, I need some hip waders. I'm not worried about scaring anything, so we'll just run over there. If you're just tuning in, this is just the tutorial. I've got to run through the tutorial before I can set the difficulty settings and stuff like that. I don't want to be using like hunter sense and stuff when we're actually playing, but I'll do it now just to show. So if we stand still, he was right in these bushes here somewhere. Yeah, we've got some deer poo. Looks fresh. Fresh deer poo, just like Mama used to make. Now I know I hit him. So I need to set... Sorry, this is the first time I played, so I'm going to be having to change a lot of settings and stuff. Was it under game? Yeah, toggle. Sneak is on toggle. Yeah, okay, cool. So I'm really surprised not to see any blood here. I thought that would have been a good lung shot. Oh, he definitely ran off, Kisk. I was just trying to find where I had hit him so we could start trailing him. I'm not seeing anything even using the hunter sense. They went off that way. Huh. Did I miss somehow? I don't know how that would have missed. One of the things that sold me on this game, I watched a lot of the early access guys playing it that had access to it early. And they'd be trailing a deer and there'd be like a blood smear on leaves. Just little details like that. I'm like, yeah, they're trying to make an actual hunting sim. It was pretty cool. But I'm starting to wonder if I somehow missed that shot. Because I sure don't see him. Don't see any blood anywhere. I don't really know how the hunter sense works. There's a pheasant over there. I'm not seeing any tracks or anything. They ran off this direction, didn't they? So he may have just got away. That's so cool. Been a long time since I heard a pheasant. Not many around these parts anymore. Well, I'm kind of bumfuzzled. I thought for sure I hit him good enough that he would leave a blood spot. Reckon I overshot him? I mean, they were right here. Let me come down this way. Maybe he wasn't as close to the bushes as I thought. Yeah, see, stuff should glow. Like that poo there glows a little bit when I turn the hunter sense on. Not seeing anything glow. This is too realistic. I can't find the blood trail. My immersion. Yeah, I'm going to turn that stuff off when we play for realsies. This is just the tutorial. Well, let's go look for another deer, I guess. Yeah, that's weird. Maybe my gun's shooting blanks. You think there'd be a trail over here? Let me get rid of... This is kind of cool. So if you zoom in on the map, you get like a 3D... You get a 3D view of it. You can see your scent blowing. Alright, remove that. That's T to remove. Remove all. There we go. Hmm. It's not even highlighting any tracks or anything. Alright. Well, off we go. We'll go find another deer, I guess. I don't have a call. I don't think you start out with any callers or anything. Yeah, I hear you, Mr. Pheasant. Yeah, didn't want me to bag that buck. What's cool, though, is the animals are persistent. So I've seen a couple different YouTubers shoot a deer, and it's one they had wounded earlier that got away. And the shot info was still there. And that was like several play sessions later. So the big part of this game is herd management. And the animals are persistent. They will grow old and die. So the idea is that you cull the herd, get your gene pool up, So I guess we'll just kind of walk on down the river and see what else we can find. I screwed that one up. I've heard some people say that the blood in tracks is buggy and just doesn't show up sometimes. So it's either that or I somehow missed an easy shot. I don't know how I could have missed that shot, but... There's some more deer up here. At least there's plenty of animals around. It's a fictional area, Kisk. Oh, wow. There's like 3 bucks there and a 4th buck there. Very nice. The only problem is they're downwind from us, so that's not good. I guess we can see if they can smell me. We get a nice good rest right here. As we'll follow up one bad shot with another, right? 200 meters is pretty far for a 30-30. Yeah, there's plans for at least 2 more DLC maps, I think. From what I've heard. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. It's not hold. It's shift. Alright, we definitely hit that one. I saw him jump and I saw the blood splatter. I can hear him crashing through the trees. I don't know if that's coming through in the stream. Okay. I saw him kind of limp through that gap there in the trees. See if we can go find that one. They're gonna set run to toggle as well. Center controls. Nope. There it is. Yeah, set that to toggle. I'm not sure what run toggle auto means. So I'll turn that off. Oh boy, that's deep. Well, okay, well, can we go through deep water? Apparently we can. So the base game comes with 2 maps. There's like the generic US Western style map, and then there's Transylvania, which is like the generic European style map. That hit reaction was on point when I hit him. He gave that little jump. Alright, so the blood worked that time. Definitely got him. We got some air bubbles in there. Nice. So he's probably going to be laying right over here. About 100 meters away. Should have been a... It's going to be at least a single lung shot. It might not be double because that's pretty far. I don't know how realistic their ballistics and everything is. Hey there. So if you use Hunter's Sense, you can tell all about him. He's a little 2-star trophy. But what's cool is like their fur gets darker and more raggedy looking when they get old, so you can tell how old they are just by looking at them. Or get an idea anyway. So there's a lot of little details in the game. Now, is there a deer over here somewhere? My question. Here they go. There he is. The herd just ran over here. It didn't go very far away. A pretty nice buck. Here we go. Double long with Grandpa's old rifle. 30-30 Winchester. Alright, so what's this do? Backwards, forwards. Oh, that's for the bullet travel. So we were already below recommended. I think this area here is the recommended joules of force. Yeah, recommended hit energy. So he was so far away, 215 meters, that we were below, just below the recommended hit energy. But check this out. How cool is that, huh? Boom. And we did hit a rib bone, which killed our energy off quite a bit. Can we zoom in on this? Yeah, so we hit that rib. Look, they even model arteries. And I've seen, they weren't trying to do it on purpose, but I've seen people make spine shots, and the animal just drops in its tracks. Just drops like a sack of taters. It's awesome. So they seem to have done a pretty decent job of modeling all that stuff. So we got along, and then we actually got through. We didn't have much energy left by the time we got over to this other long, but we did go on through and lodged about halfway through that long. So cool stuff. Yeah, it's like the Sniper Elite. And he's got a pretty decent rack. Pretty decent. And then it models penetration damage and cavity damage. So you have like the cavitation of the bullet. Very cool stuff. And if we go to overview. So he's a mature, but he's only a 2-star because his genetics are low. He's only 50% genetic potential. So he's one we wanted to cull from the herd. It saves all this info. So he ran 104 meters. And we lost 0.65 kilograms of meat. But not bad. We can sell him. I kind of want to taxidermy him just because he's my first buck. So let's do that. You've learned basics of hunting. Now all shop items, multiplayer mode, and available territories are accessible. All right, so that's the end of the tutorial. Sweet. So we got restaurant orders. The Bear Den Ranch, owned by your grandfather, supplies ethically hunted meat to high-end restaurants. So that's kind of like the story. Now we can change the difficulty, I think. So I want to do tracking markers and then remove all. There we go. Bear Den Ranch. So we'll fast travel back to the lodge. Yeah, Kiss, that's what sold me on it. I started looking at it like a week ago. Because it was getting ready to come out, and a lot of people had early access to it to show it off. Not all of them knew what they were doing, but there were several YouTubers that either knew a lot about hunting games or actually hunted it in real life. And they were really showing off the detail. Accept the new restaurant order from your grandfather's computer in the lodge. No, what I think I want to do is go back to... Oh, something I've noticed. You have to click and then you can see the mouse pointer. It's definitely a console game. But it's a good one. So now we can do... Here? Or is this... here we go. How do I change difficulty? F. Crank that up. There we go. Animal senses will be high. Scope shooting information, binocular identification, interactions highlighting, animal signs identification, all off. This difficulty provides the most realistic hunting experience. All the extra info provided will be hidden. Sounds good to me. Change the difficulty, will move to the lodge. Yep. That works. Oh, there it is. It's the Nez Perce Valley. is what it's based on, I guess. And then we have Transylvania, which is the European style map. So I'm not familiar with the Nez Perce Valley. I don't know if this is... I don't think it's like 100% recreation, but I could be wrong. So now let's go try to do a hunt for realsies. And I may have to turn off some more HUD info. We'll see what all's on there. Yeah, how do I get that stuff turned off? So that's our mission marker. Okay, so we can still pull those up if we want. I'm not sure how to hide the actual marker. Objectives, here we go. Can we deactivate it? There we go. So we don't have to do those if we don't want to. And then if I go to game settings, HUD elements, here we go. So is there anything on here I want on? Probably. Turn off the tutorials. Turn that off. I wonder if this is what turns off the wind marker and stuff. There we go. Now we're talking. I wish it had a compass you could like pull out. But we can kind of cheat and use the map as our compass. And sort of wind indicator. Alright, so what do we have in here? So, you start out with Grandpa's old rifle. We got the 30-30. And then in the tutorial, it had me buy this Remington 783, which is a 243. You can see it's a hunting tier 5. Saying this is a 4? Okay. So if we go to Encyclopedia, Animals, we only know about the badger and the mule deer, because that's the only 2 animals we've harvested. I harvested the badger during the tutorial. So I'd like to go find some whitetail, just because that's what we have around here in Missouri, and kind of like to check them out. You can see here, once we've done one harvest, you get an idea of when they sleep and eat and drink. And then there's various need zones with various potentials, like they rarely go there or they often go there, that kind of thing. So. And then I think somewhere, is it character? Yeah, hunting log. So I think this will show everything you've ever done, but I don't know if it has a limit. There's the 2. I actually shot 2 badgers for the tutorial. And then this one is waiting in taxidermy. So, oh, I forgot to look. How much money do I have? 1,100? Well, that's the fire. It's like, what's making that noise? Does this work? No. Thought maybe we could do something there. So where should we put our first deer? Put it right here for now. Does that work? Our first mule deer. We got some different poses. Kind of like that. And it's only 260 to mount the head. That's not too bad. Might go for that one, though. Wait, what? Oh, I have to push that again. I got you. Okay. We're figuring it out. There we go. I mean, it's not like... It's just a 2-star, but it's our first one. All right, let's go hunting. Now I think, yeah, I think it always shows your ammo. I don't think there's any way to turn that off. I think you just have to open that and then it refills it. Maybe. Oh, it only shows it when you first pull it out. I like it. You don't have to buy ammo. I think it just refills. So I think we're good. So here's the other gun. It's loaded. It uses the same scope. I'm just really fast at changing the scope. Alright, so where to? See if we can find some deer. There's a deer right there. 554 meters away. Trotting along the river. Wow, that's a big rack too. I can see it from here. Very nice. Yeah, there's stuff down there. So we may just head down to the river right here by the lodge to start with. See what we can see. What's the wind doing? Wind's coming from our right. Sure if though I haven't noticed any like blowing leaves or anything to show you wind direction. So that one's gonna be a little tough with no HUD, but you can see it in the map, so you just have to be kind of aware. Hopefully it's not just randomly changing all the time like some games do. Like you should pretty much have a prevailing wind for a long time. Alright, that was a little shadow glitch. Man, this is so beautiful. I love the world. I think it could be optimized a bit. Performance isn't like stellar, but it's okay. I also have all the things turned up, so there's that. But especially doing Ranger difficulty no HUD, I'm going to need all the pixels I can get. So Hemi said there was 3 more to the right heading the opposite way. I wonder if they're coming up the river. I don't even know what time it is. Do I have a watch? Oh, it's 12:44. All right. So I guess it's going to be cloudy and then it's clearing up later in the evening. So what I might do is kind of head down towards the river and then head that way, which would be north. We want to kind of head into the wind so we're not scaring off everything. Oh, it's a fly. I heard something. Man, even these rocks look good. I think I heard a pheasant over there somewhere. A lot of pheasants around. But we don't have a shotgun yet. I really want a free look button. Make it happen, devs. I'm gonna get used to what all the LEDs look like, because they almost look like some animals there on the hill, but it's just bushes. Oh, there you are. I knew you were down here somewhere. A little herd. Oh man, look at the antlers on that guy. Yeah, they're headed downwind from me, unfortunately. That herd is. I think those are mule deer anyway. So I think I'll head up the river. We'll let them be. I would assume they've smelled me and took off. No, they're still just kind of wandering off. Okay. I mean, they're 100 plus meters away, so maybe they didn't smell me. I don't know what the range on that is. I don't know how far the herds wander. They have kind of their set little territories. Oh, did they fix the water audio bug? It's still like Niagara Falls. Still pretty loud. Maybe not quite as bad. Hey, Rabana. Nobody's asked me to record audiobooks. I don't know if anybody's familiar with Hit Record. It's a website that Joseph Gordon-Levitt started for like independent artists. I've done some voiceover stuff on there and put it out there, and nobody ever picked up on it, so. There you go. You see quite a ways up through there. I might want to set the time. I just kind of headed out. But the mule deer are out. The clouds are moving unnaturally fast. So that kind of looks like that valley ends there. Oh no, it flows up through there. Alright. That's Echo. We went there on the tutorial. That's something up there. So you can't even put markers down. Nice. Something there I guess we should have checked out. Was that a wolf? I wouldn't say it's better because it's different. This is meant to be a realistic hunting game, whereas Call of the Wild is an arcade shooter. So they kind of cater to different audiences. if that makes sense. From everything I've seen leading up to the release, I will definitely be playing this rather than Call of the Wild. Because I want a realistic hunting experience with all the little details. So better is subjective, I guess, also. Like I was saying earlier, some of the things that sold me on it as I was watching various content creators that had early access to it. Just the animal behavior in general. Hit reactions when they get shot, they react appropriately. They'll give a little jump, or if you get a spine shot, they'll just drop in their tracks. You can have blood trails that get smeared on leaves and stuff as you're trailing them. When those deer took off earlier when I was finishing up the tutorial, I could hear them crashing through the trees like 200 meters away. That was a really cool effect. There's just all kinds of little details like that. Is what sold me on it. Yeah, and that's fine, Rabana. A lot of people don't want to do that, so this may not be the game for you, although you can change the difficulty settings, you know, from like easy to hard, but I don't know if that has anything to do with herd size. I don't think it does. So if you're just wanting to shoot lots of stuff, Call of the Wild is a great game. I've played a lot of Call of the Wild. But the animals just basically throw themselves at you in that game. If anybody's here from back in my DayZ days, I mean, I would just literally wander around Chernarus looking at stuff. So I'm perfectly happy with a hunting game doing that. Not sure we're going to find much up here, but if we don't see something soon, I might hop in the Jeep and start trying to unlock some of these fast travel points and stuff. You know, follow the roads and get some of that unlocked. But we'll see what we see up here. Yeah, might find some goats. Some bighorn sheep. Looks like this valley kind of narrows down. All I've seen so far is the one mule deer herd. Pretty close to the lodge. And of course there's badgers all over the place. Wouldn't be pushing F12 a lot. New discovery. That's that question mark. Rushing River Pass. What's that mean? Is it just an area? I'm not sure what that does for me. I swear I keep hearing wolves off in the distance. There are wolves in the game. I don't know how common they are, but I saw somebody shoot one. So wind, yeah, the wind's staying pretty steady out of the north. At least in this part of the map. The map is 55 square miles, or I think it's 144 square kilometers. So it's pretty large. All this water is making me want to do some fishing. Alright, I'm going to pick up the pace through here. Just because it's so closed in, I don't think we're going to see much. Cover some ground here. I hear all kinds of animal sounds. I don't know how well that's coming through on the stream. The audio landscape is pretty impressive. It's a nice contrast, Timmy. Yeah, and I get it. I mean, not everybody wants to do this. That's why it's good to have different types of hunting games. It's kind of like the Hunter Classic. You know, I consider that a hunting simulator. And the Hunter Call of the Wild is an arcade game. There's nothing wrong, you know, with either one. It just depends on what you want to play. And for that matter, if you're not sure you'd like a hunting game that's realistic, the Hunter Classic is free. Go find it on Steam. It's free. The multiplayer is really solid. Grab a friend, go hunting, see if you like it. Now, its payment model is to... That was weird. So you get like a 12-gauge shotgun, a 243, and like a basic scope, I think. And then free ammo for those. And then you can either progress through the game and buy stuff with in-game currency, or you can pay real money to get stuff faster. That's why it's free. But you can hunt like all the animals with the basic weapons for free. So that's what I've told people for years. If you're not sure you'd like a hunting game, go try the Hunter Classic. It's free. And it still holds up, even though it's been out for like 14 years. The graphics, you know, are not the best in the world, but it's a good hunting sim. It's hard. You can walk around for like an hour and not see anything. What was that? It was a branch waving in the wind. All right. All right, starting to open up a little bit over here. Do we have anything off in the distance? I'm thinking I might drive around a little bit. And then we'll hit up some of these water areas like early morning. See what we can come up with. A freaking badger? Oh yeah, there you go. Thanks, Dave. I almost forgot about that. If you do sign up for the Hunter, use somebody's referral code, and you get a few little extras. I don't see anything moving. But the graphics are so good on this, the animals can be kind of hard to spot. They do blend in. Just drove the four-wheeler around. Yeah, the Cabela's games. Cabela's had some good hunting games back in the day. And some of the people that worked on those worked on this. Some people that worked on DayZ worked on this. There's a lot of good talent behind it, from what I understand. Alright, I see lots of tree branches moving back in there. I don't see anything working its way down towards the river, but it's probably not really the right time of day for that. Man, what a good looking game. Alright, tell you what, let's go explore the map a little bit, get some fast travel points updated, and we'll come up with a new plan. Every now and then you can moderate. Just don't overdo it, Dave. I want you to get hurt. Man, this is so pretty. Let's go get our little Jeep. Go scare the crap out of some animals. Can we interact with the trash can? Oh, okay. No, want that one. There it is. Oh, and yeah, I'm only like 3.5 feet tall apparently in the game, so there's that. Zoom out here. That's the map. I'm not sure what the boundaries mean for sure. You do have to buy passes to hunt on certain areas of the map. So there's that. Let's head down to that there. I don't think I can... Yeah, even when I'm in the car, I can't put a marker down. I know, right? Isn't the scenery awesome? And trust me, it looks way better on my screen than after Twitch is done compressing the crap out of it. It is gorgeous. The 2 maps it comes with are unlockable through progression in game. You have to buy like passes, I think, to get all the areas in game. They're going to be releasing, I believe, 2 more maps within the next year as DLC. Hey, there's our mule deer herd that we saw. They're over here on the left. Yeah, you can play all of the 2 maps it comes with. There's Nez Perce Valley, which is like the US map. And there's Transylvania, which is the European style map. I'm not a huge fan of the running jump that the deer do. I mean, that's kind of how deer run, but not. And we're on the Nez Perce Valley, the US style. Get out of here, deer. Here goes a pheasant. I came through here last time for the tutorial. There was a whole bunch of badgers right in here. All right, how far are we getting? So there's something over here to the right that we're supposed to go find. So let's do that. Let's park here. So it looks like it's down... probably over here. Oh, is that the hunting stand? Oh, it's the hunting stand. All right. We'll go discover the hunting stand. Is it Walla? Walla Jibilo? Might have said that wrong. There's some good reviews on YouTube. Like for Indie Game. Make sure you check out some reviews. Some pros and cons. I linked a bunch of them on the videos channel in my Discord for anybody that's on my Discord. So one thing I'm not a fan of is like all this stuff on the ground, you can just phase through. I like that you have to go around that kind of stuff in like the Hunter Classic. Minor nitpick. But unlike the Hunter Classic, you don't just teleport to the top of the tower, so that's good. This is a pretty good spot. Come down here early morning. You can see a lot of river. Walla Gabilo. Okay. I was close. Deer Hunter 3, Hemi? Yeah, that sounds familiar. I didn't play any hunting games back when those were out. Alright, we discovered that. Let's head on down the road. Get some of these points unlocked, and then it'll be easier to travel around as we want to hunt. I know we're spooking everything, but that's the way it goes. Hey, Ravon, I've got all that turned off. I'm playing on Ranger difficulty. It's the way real men play. No, I'm just kidding. It's the way I want to play. No helpers. We have a horn? H for horn? F for horn? F for lights. We got headlights. Aw, no horn? On the original PlayStation. Yeah, it might have been a Cabela's game. They made a ton of hunting games back in the day. Woo! Love the pheasants. The animation's kind of bugged out. I don't know if you saw that when they took off. They were like hovering in the air, not moving. No animations at all. The sounds are great. We got another hunting stand. Is that the other question mark? Yeah, it's sort of like Jurassic Park, I guess I could see that. Okay, so now that I'm out of the vehicle, it's unlocked this. Let's just take a quick look around. Whoa. So you can see here there's various animal trails that they use. So that's a good place to look for tracks. So I can actually see some tracks from here. There's a track right there in the dirt, probably mule deer. Yeah, I hear you, pheasant. I hear you. Let's take a quick scan. As I play this map, you know, we'll get a feel for kind of where things are and the good hunting spots. So far, all I've really seen is mule deer and then pheasants. Mule deer, pheasants, and badgers. Alright, on down the road a ways to our next question mark. When you push tab, it takes away your W press. Alright. This is as fast as we go? How am I supposed to crash into things if I can't go fast? Ooh, side road. Oh, there's a deer. More mules. There they go. Wow, we got some dust coming off back here. Oh, look, they've cut down this part of the forest over here. There go the mule deer. Boing, boing. Now that looks like a better run than the boing boing they were doing earlier. Hear them off the distance crashing through the trees. It's kind of subtle. It may not come through. Very nice. You could set up on that hill there and they come through there. You'd have some good shots. We got question mark coming up. Oh, it's this sign here. Michael's Clearing. I guess Michael's been doing some logging here. So those are probably useful if you're doing like the story missions. You see like, go to Michael's Landing and do blah blah blah. Oh, we got some more on the right. Look out! More mule deer. Oh crap, he ran into me. I'm sorry, dear. Wow, they're everywhere. Oh, they're going across the bridge. Go, Jeep, go! I need more speed! Yeah, he kind of like stopped and slid against the Jeep. That is so cool. They went across the bridge. I love it. Oh, he's stuck. Poor guy. Are you stuck, buddy? We can get a good look at him at least. Poor little guy. Wonder if I could shove him off of there. Oh, he got loose. Alright, he's good. That's so cool that they actually went across the bridge. Like, their pathfinding is good enough they could go across the bridge. That was awesome. Oh, I need to get out by that deer stand so it knows that I found it. Oh, you can definitely kill him with the Jeep. I saw somebody run over a boar. And it's classified as roadkill. You can't like harvest it and sell it. It says wasted meat roadkill, something like that. Yeah, we just have to like get out of the Jeep next to it and it knows we're here. Yeah, I was gonna try sprinting into him and see if that would knock him out, but he eventually got loose. So pretty good view here too. The mule deer herd over there. So it's mostly mule deer around here. Kind of looks like an older one there, maybe. I need some more powerful binoculars. So I need to get to hunting stuff so we can make some money. We'll get some more of the map opened up, and we'll find a place to hunt. Yeah, that would be a long shot. For sure. Especially with the 243. Rivermouth Grasslands. Looks like maybe we want to go down this other trail here. Do I leave tracks in the grass? Oh, I leave tracks. Are the tracks persistent? Yeah, it's actually destroying the grass. No, it pops back in. Oh no, it's just a render thing. Wait, what? No, it grew back. I'm confused. What's going on, game? Yeah, okay, it replaces it. It's just a temporary thing. Anyway, we're supposed to be hunting. Yeah, you better fly. Am I on the right road? Yeah, okay, we need to go down this road. Let's try to get all the question marks on these two, like, areas here anyway. Or at least most of them along the road. We know there's plenty of mule deer around to shoot. Just need to figure out which ones are old. Oh, look, foxes! Where'd he go? Run, little fox, run! Alright, he ran right by that tree. Let's see if we can find some little fox tracks. Pheasants are excited. Oh, there we got a need zone for pheasants. Okay. I was just curious if we could... Oh, it's a fox zone. No, quit highlighting stuff. I want to look for tracks. Yeah, there's a bunch of pheasants around. I don't know how often they leave tracks. I mean, there's definitely tracks. You can see here. Tons of mule deer tracks. I was curious if we'd see some little paw prints from the fox. I'm not seeing any. It looks like maybe they only show up in the dirt texture. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to figure out how the track... Yeah, it looks like they only show up in the dirt. They don't show up on this grassy type texture. Okay. Cool. We're learning, chat. We're learning how things work. Yeah, this stuff's unfortunately going to get compressed to hell and back on stream. I don't know if you guys could see the... Like, can you guys see those deer tracks if I just hold still and don't move? Now you should be able to see them. I was looking for some fox paw prints. But I have to find a dirt patch that he ran over. So, anyway. I could get lost in this game for hours. But I'll try to do stuff that's entertaining for y'all. Wow, there's a lot of pheasants down here. I guess that's why it's marked on the map. Oh, since we found need zones, now you can turn those on. Ah, cool. You can turn them on for each animals. How do you turn them back off? Not sure. Anyway. We got another question mark way down here somewhere. This is pretty wide open. This would be a great spot to sit. There's a hunting stand I see up there on the cliff side. That's not even a question mark. That's just a hunting stand over there. Go find that bad boy. Cause that you can see a lot of territory from over there. I wish it wouldn't reset the view when you're driving the Jeep. Oh, do we have a railroad over here? Yeah, we got to see how realistic the railroad is. Is it like a roller coaster? There's another fox. Another fox. Could be the same too. Yeah, can we get up there? You guys bring some climbing ropes? This is clearly an abandoned railway. Look at that, they even got like the tie plate detail. Some of the tie plates have missing bolts. Nice detail. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be able to get up there. Climb up a landslide or something. There we go. We'll live an animal trail up through here. You can see for miles from this one. Yeah, the railroad looks pretty decent, actually. It's not like a roller coaster. Swear I just heard a wolf again. Better not be eating my prize deer. There's probably some more muleys over that way. So they're basically just south of that pheasant marker. Wind has kind of died down, looks like maybe. In the image channel? Alright, I'll check it out after the stream, maybe. Alright, we've done some travel. Let's go see if we can get closer to that mule deer herd over there. Check them out. How close I can drive without spooking them. See, I wouldn't mind having to climb around, you know, or go around this stuff, but you just phase right through it. I don't like it. They probably did it for performance reasons, so they don't have to have a collision mesh on everything, but I need that immersion. Also, first person driving in the Jeep would be awesome. Oh yeah, I never had one of my daughter's desserts. Here, check this out, chat. I don't know if you can see that very good. Just little chocolate treats she made. She brought me down some, so I'll be right back. I'm gonna chow down on this. Oh man, that was fantastic. It's made with like Rice Krispies and chocolate chips. I did bring some Crimson for the whole class. Check your inbox. I emailed them to you. So I don't know if you can see it on stream. The herd's right over there. The herd I was looking at earlier. So I'll work my way a little closer. Uh-oh. They spot me already? Oh, dang. I'm not sure what they're doing. Those two spot me? They may have... I think two of them spotted me and they're out of here. The others were like looking around. They just being weird. Maybe they're just being weird. Alright, am I crouched? It's a little hard to... Okay. I think there are bears, and there's definitely wolves. I've seen somebody shoot one. I don't know if they interact with the other animals, though. Yeah, I need a little better zoom. Boing, 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 boing. Oh, that's awesome. I'm easily amused, folks. There's a decent looking buck right there. There's a smaller buck next to him. It looks like he might be a mature. Let's see if we can get a little closer. The wind is blowing right to left, so we don't have to worry about wind. We'll just keep crouch walking up here a little closer. So we're still like 250 meters out. See if we can get up here on this, kind of along the riverbank, maybe get a better look at him and see if there's one we want to shoot. It's like I was saying at the beginning of the stream. I apologize, I'm tired, so sometimes my speech gets a little slurred. There's herd management, so there's the idea of each animal has a life cycle. and they have a genetic potential. So if you get, like, say, a mature buck with not that great of a rack, you'll want to, you know, cull those out. A badger? I'm just over here hunting mule deer. You can leave me alone. Pretty sure that was a badger. And the animals have persistence. Like if that first deer that I shot at in the tutorial, well, I'm not sure if the tutorial counts. Anyway, if I shot a deer and then I didn't kill it and couldn't find it, that shot info and that wound stays with that particular deer until they die. So I've seen several YouTubers take animals that they had shot 2 or 3 play sessions ago. That shot info was still there from the first time they shot. This is pretty cool. There's a lot of persistence to it. So I'm kind of interested in that guy, but he's looking right at me. So we're just going to chill. I'd like to maybe work up to... If we get too low, though, I'm not sure I'll be able to see him through the bushes. Maybe work over towards that way a little bit. See their heads come up. I'm going to stop. That one's kind of looking this way. Yeah, they're getting a little suspicious. Now, if I wasn't playing Ranger difficulty, I could turn on Hunter Sense and I know everything about that deer. So, but I'd rather kind of have to look and see how their code is. I would say he's an adult, probably maybe a 1-star, 2-star perhaps. And that one's getting excited again. I think he's just happy to be alive. That's a young buck, pretty sure. Because they'll get darker and kind of more ragged looking as they get older. See if we can get a little closer without spooking. Again, I'm watching for those heads to come up. That's when they're looking around. If they model this, you know, like real deer. And I don't know mule deer. I'm just basing that off of a little bit of whitetail knowledge. I'm assuming they're similar behavior. Yeah, he's got an okay rack. Now that we're closer, he doesn't look that old. This is the one with the bigger rack right there. Let's see if I can get over by this pine tree. Oh. Got a pretty good wind based off how my scent's going. Is that him? Yeah, that's the one right there that I'm interested in. I need him to turn though. Don't have a good shot right now. A decent shot at that buck. Whoa. What just happened? The lighting just changed. Okay. Yeah, I think you can change the zeroing on the scope. I don't think you can see it though. I assume you can click it up and down. I don't know, it's not making any noise. So I actually don't know. So I do that all the way down and then I do up 2 upticks. In theory, that's at 150 meters. But yeah, I don't actually know, Dave. We might have to go to the shooting range and test some of that. Alright, he's turned now. Pretty tempted to put this old 243 to the test. Yeah, he's definitely hit. He's not feeling great. He's struggling. Oh, he's gonna go down. That was a pretty good lung shot. Yeah, he's right there in the grass. Beautiful. Yeah, they give it really... I mean, that's realistic, but it is a little bit exaggerated. They give a really big jump if you hit him like that. So that was a good clean kill. Let's go see... I think he's going to be an adult male, probably about a 2-star. Maybe just a 1-star. I've got to kind of learn how that works and how they look. So there's some learning here involved. I'm just hoping I can find that patch of grass that he went down in. Should be over that way. I was curious to go over here where I shot him. Oh, I thought it was on run. Yeah, so there's where we shot him. Wait, what? What the heck's going on? Why can't I interact with that? Oh, that's up. Okay, maybe you can't interact with the blood spots? Thought I did earlier. Yeah, I did earlier. Did my game break when the light changed? Was that the game breaking? Anyway, he's over here in the grass. Let's go get him. He's in one of these grass patches. Almost looks like he came through here. I don't know if that's just coincidence. That's a rock. There he is. Now I get the claim on him. I don't know why I couldn't interact with the blood. Thought I did that before, but maybe not. Don't look at me like that. Yep, nice double long shot. Very cool. I love the detail here. So, we were at 141 meters. So we had all kinds of energy left. 2,700 joules of energy. And we did hit a rib again, it looks like. Yeah, we hit that rib. Which on a deer is not a big deal. If you do that on an elk or a moose, it can cause more problems. And then still had enough energy to get all the way through. Punched right through him. Not a bad looking rack. Not bad. Let's take a look. He is, oh, he's a mature. And he was a 2-star. Okay. Pretty low genetic potential. I'd like to see like 90s. So that's another decent mule deer to cull from the herd. I'm happy with that. And we only lost a kilogram of meat. So we're good. Alright, cool. Let's sell him. 503 coins. Done and done. Hey, German soldier, welcome. So I'm curious, is the blood splatter gone? I'm assuming it is. Where was that? Here's some poo. Can I interact with the poo? I can't interact with the poo anymore. Is my game broken? Or am I just remembering wrong? Didn't I? Yeah, I looked at deer poo earlier. when we shot that other deer. My first buck. Outside of the tutorial. Right? Or was I still in tutorial when I did that? It's been a long day. I was still in the tutorial, wasn't I? Yeah, that's why. Okay. I was still in the tutorial. That's what I'm remembering. So we can't interact with any of that stuff. Apparently. So I'm not sure, you know... Where did it go? Walk around in deer poo. There it is. So what I'm wondering... I mean, this should be fresh because they were right here. Because in real life, you'd be able to look at this visually and tell approximately how old it was. It should be kind of bright and shiny if it's fresh. But that looks kind of dried out. So now I don't know if that's a thing in the game. We'll just have to pay attention. Anyway, there you go. Mule deer, ranger difficulty, no HUD. No problem. The slow-mo bullets. Yeah, I mean, that's cool, but it doesn't really belong in a hunting sim, but it is a cool effect. Those raisins, German soldier. Fresh raisins. Now, where did I leave my Jeep? I reloaded that, right? Yeah. Oh, we need a free look button so bad. But we do have photo mode, so that's nice. Let's take a look at this. This 243 I bought. He holds it so weird so you can see it in first person. Carbon... No, not carbon fiber. This is like a polymer stock, it looks like. Remington 783. I got the old 3030 on my back there. How do I go down? Is it C? Yeah. If we could see up the barrel, know how much detail there was. That's way bigger than 243. Unless the perspective is just off. Oh, what's this? We got a... Is that a radio? I didn't know we had that. Can I pull that out? What is that? Yeah, let's do this and go to photo mode. There we go. It's a little more natural position, although it's in the dark so you can't see. Gotta get some F12s. Hide and F12. I love that they made a nice photo mode. You guys know me, I love my screenshots. More deer down there. Boing, a boing, a boing. So there's no shortage of mule deer, it seems. How much? We got 1,400. I don't know how much the shotgun costs. Is it 1,400, 1,500, something like that? So we might be able to get a shotgun soon and get some of these pheasants. If I can hit anything. I'm not that great with a shotgun in hunting games. I'm a decent shot IRL with a shotgun. Not so much in the games. Alright, we're still about 220 out. That almost looks like the same herd. One thing I'm not sure is how to tell like which females you should cull. Do you want to just get rid of the mature ones? That one back there kind of looks different maybe, but it could just be the lighting. I think I'm crouched. Yeah. Let's work our way down. Wind shouldn't be a problem. Think about taking a doe just to kind of get an idea of what they look like. And I think in the story of the game, you're shooting meat for your grandpa's restaurant. So, I mean, a nice doe should be worth just as much or more than a buck for meat. In my opinion, they're way less gamey. Love the little ear flaps. Kind of tempted to just take that doe right there. Scope has kind of a yellowish tint to it, doesn't it? I think she ran that way. Did she come back out of there, though? I saw something go that way. Oh, there she is. She made it almost back over to where she started, and then she fell over. She's right beneath that big tree there. It's a rock. Thought maybe it was a bear. Hey, Lieutenant Wood. It's a name I haven't seen for a while. Howdy, howdy. Welcome. Yeah, good hit there. I'm pretty sure she ran down to the water and then came back up this way. But she should be right over here under that tree. Yeah, I think that's her ears right there. In Ranger mode, you really got to watch. They'll be hard to find in this grass. It's going all right. What the? Holy crap! They'll lay down if they're wounded and get back up. It's amazing detail. I wish I had a pistol. I'd finish you off. Are you dead now? Yeah, she just laid down. She didn't die. Poor thing. I can hear that snapping. That's the other deer running through the forest. Yeah, we got some more dark blood there. Yeah, now she's died. Wow. That's some nice detail. See how we did on the shot. Oh, did we get the scapula? That killed all our energy. I was a little too far forward. 176 meters. I think the wind got us. Yeah, I think the wind got me. I didn't compensate enough for the wind. Because my aim point was more like here. It's trying to get right above the leg there. So I wonder if the wind does come into account. It's 176 meters. It's a far, decent, far shot. So yeah, we hit the scapula, which immediately killed all our bullets' energy. But we were able to still penetrate both lungs. Hey, Lieutenant Wood, this is Way of the Hunter. It's a new hunting game that came out today that's tailored towards realism. It's got stuff like herd management and, cool damage modeling and all that kind of stuff in it. Nice little details. It's kind of a more realistic take on the hunting game. So we barely had any energy left by the time we got out to there. We hit another bone on the way out, another rib. So that was my bad. I should have compensated for the wind a little more. Still got the kill shot, but with losing that much energy that quick, well, we still got quite a bit of cavitation damage on that first lung. Hey, SVJ, welcome. So yeah, not too bad. We can sell it for 200 coins. See, yeah, I'm not sure. She was a mature. Okay, good. I was hoping she was. So we'll let the young does take over. I guess it's the same price. They're just a lot lighter than the bucks. So she was a pretty small doe. It is the same market price for the meat, though, so that's good to see. All right, we'll sell her. There we go. We got some more knowledge unlocked, apparently. Let's take a look on our encyclopedia. Animals. Mule deer. There we are. Now we can confirm what I was thinking. Young mule deer males and females tend to have light brown body skin color with white stains. The older the animal is, however, the color palette changes to brown and gray brown. Okay, so they get darker. That's kind of what I thought. That's pretty much the same for whitetails. Older animals have larger necks, also have scruffy and stained fur. Okay. I didn't think about the larger necks, but that kind of makes sense, at least for the bucks. So they're prior... Man, I apologize. I'm tired and my speech gets a little weird when I'm tired. The primary habitat, I got to think about my enunciation, is grassland and lowland forest, and then there's some in the highland forest. Then we get a range on the scoring here for the antlers. Very cool. We got a little bit of info on the red fox since we spotted one. And then the rest will unlock if we analyze more signs. We get an idea of their schedule. So they're up feeding early and they're getting a drink and then they're snoozing. Of course, we got the badger. Killed a couple of those for the tutorial. And we got the pheasant. All right, we're up to 1,600 bucks. Let's go see. I think I can get the shotgun. We can maybe try some pheasant hunting. So let's head back to the lodge. Yeah, SPJ, it's really good for realistic hunting. I'm glad we have a new game out. The Hunter Classic is kind of the old standards, but it's been out for like 14 years, I think. So it's getting a little long in the tooth. You know, the engine's only capable of doing so much. So it's nice to have, like, Call of the Wild style graphics, but better realistic hunting and animal stuff. Very cool. Let's go see if we can buy a shotgun. And you can change up. You can play however you want. I've on Ranger difficulty, which is the hardest. But you can have a HUD and like hunter sense and all the normal helpful tools that you want to play with. It's up to you to tailor your experience however you want to play. Your mouse pointer. There it is. All right. Shop. Ooh. Got the 7mm. Oh, they fixed that. See, in the early access videos, people were buying this because it said it was a 7mm, but it's actually a 243. So they were shooting and it would say 243. They're like, what? So they fixed that. That's good. Day one patch for the win. But I want to scroll on it. Well, here, we'll just go through the guns. So we got a dozen people in here or so. So you start with, you probably saw the 30-30, classic lever action 30-30. It starts you with this rifle and a basic scope. And then during the tutorial, it has you buy this 243. That's what I was just using, the Remington 783. Nice 243, and I'm using the same scope on it. It's the only scope I have. Yeah, it's got a day-night cycle and weather, stuff like that. Oh yeah, there's shotguns. We're gonna buy a shotgun. I'm just gonna go through the rifles here real quick. So that's the 783. That's what we're just using. We got the Steyr Pro, and these are real guns. They've partnered with some brands. So we got that chambered in a 7mm. I'm not sure what the .8 means. Different size cartridge, I guess, on the 7mm versus something else. The hunting tier is like the class of animal they're used for. These are all tier 5. So we've got a 7mm. We got a 243 version of the Steyr Pro. We got the Scout, which is the 223. Good varmint gun for foxes and stuff. We got the monoblock, which is in 308. There we go. We got some copy pasta. Okay, so it's a 308 cartridge, just neck down a little bit. Okay, cool. Good to know. We got the SM12, which is a 300 mag. That's for like your moose and your elk and stuff. We have a Zephyr 2 and 22 long rifle. Sweet. I want one of those. I've done so much plinking with the 22, it's not even funny. We got the Steyr Carbon CL2 in 338 Lapua mag. Dang. Nice. Can we move these? No. Get some weird like cross hatching on these for some reason. We got Grandpa's old rifle, which you start out with, 30-30 Winchester. Then we got a Stinger 22, which is semi-automatic 22 long rifle. Wow, that's cheap. Only 900. And then we got a few shotguns. We got the over-under 16 gauge. Got the Holden, the Jack 1502 double barrel, 12 gauge. I wish you could rotate these. That would be nice. Take a look at it. Cinemansky, the Jack. Claim? Wait, what? Okay, apparently I have a free shotgun. Didn't know that. Cool. 12 gauge. Looks like a double barrel. Yeah, double barrel. Nice. We'll go do some pheasant hunting. I didn't know we had a free shotgun. We got Morning Silence, 20 gauge. Well, that's a semi-auto. Nice. That'd be good for some pheasant hunting. Yeah, I was reading it as Cinnamon Sky too. Well, that's neat. Yeah, I didn't know we had a. Didn't know we had a shotgun. All right. Well, let's. We'll take the 30-30. If we see a deer, we can use the 30-30. Equip. There we go. No sight on it, huh? Can't put a red dot on it. Well, that's neat. Look at that bad boy. Guess she's loaded already. Ooh. Interesting. At least we can see the bead. Needs more shotguns. Oh, I'm sure they'll have plenty of DLC for you to buy if you want more guns. They may also add some for free. I'm not sure. Now, there were pheasants all over the place. So I might just have a walk down this way. And see how badly I can miss with a shotgun. What's the sensitivity like? Definitely going to take some getting used to. Put a 6X on it. So I'm talking, man. We need a laser pointer, red dot. Full tactical. Check out this shotgun, though. Let's go into photo mode real quick. Look at the detail on that. That fades away as you get in close. Look at that. Some kind of clipping issue going on there with the Not sure what the black cloud registered trademark is. Oh, I keep forgetting. You gotta hit C. Really cool camera. You can even change like weather and time of day and stuff in your photo mode. Really neat stuff. Oh, is there a GoPro on my head? Didn't even notice that. Haha, nice. Blood Hunter HD. Yeah, he's holding it goofy. That's so you can see it when you're in first person mode. Which I think is weird, but, you know, whatever. For people that have never held a gun before, they probably don't realize it's not in your face when you're carrying it. They might be confused. What's that? Oh, that's the target range. Like, there's a deer right there? I'm such a derp sometimes. That's the shooting range. Yeah, right, Himmy? Your arms would be dead. It's like the couple times I've went deer hunting with a Lee Enfield. I think it weighs like 9 pounds. Gets your exercise hiking around with that thing. So I guess I should have brought the 243, but we can check out the 3030 here real quick. I'm kind of curious if I can change the 0. Alright, so we zoom in and then up, down arrow. So I'm going to go... I'm pushing down a bunch of times. So I should be zeroed at 50, in theory. Okay, that seems about right. Let's try the 150 now. I'm scaring off all kinds of deer over there. I can hear them breaking tree branches. Where did that hit? That almost looked like it hit low, like it should have. If I was zeroed at 50. Can't zoom in. It's kind of hard to tell. Alright, let's change the zeroing like way up and see if it affects the trajectory. I don't know how that works in ranger mode, because if you're in the lower difficulty levels, when you're scoped in, it tells you your range and your zoom. You just see it right there on the screen. So I wanted to see if can you even zero it in ranger mode? That's what we're trying to determine here. Let's take a crouching stance. Alright, so if we're aiming at the 50, I'm going to hit up arrow a whole bunch of times, so we should be max range, whatever that is. Do I still hit the bullseye? No, we went way over, so you can zero. You just can't tell what you're on. Alright, so I'm going to put that down all the way. So we should be on 50, and I'm going to go bloop, bloop, and we should be on 150. Yeah. Okay, if you'll bear with me, I want to test one more thing. Oh, here, let's reload. Great detail. I'm going to log out and log back in and see if the zeroing saves, because I kind of want to know if that's a thing. I'm going to exit completely out of the game. And we'll come back in. So you can actually log back in right where you left off. You don't spawn at the lodge or anything crazy like that. Nice little touch. Have to put some WD-40 on the joints. I feel like that some mornings, for sure. All right, continue. I've got this on my SSD, so it loads pretty quick. You need to load slower. I'm eating my Rice Krispie treat. You remembered I was zoomed in on the scope, so that's good. Yep, shot a little high. So it looks like it remembers my 0 setting. Perfect. Alright, cool. I wanted to find that out before I was in a high-stakes hunt. You know what I mean? So now that we scared away all the deer, let's go see if we can find some pheasants. So I haven't discovered this deer stand yet. There we go. Remember all those pheasants we were hearing? Let's see if they're still around. It's pretty quiet out here, actually. That is a rock. All right. I don't think those are in season, so we'll leave it alone. Bunch of banging upstairs. I'm not sure what they're doing. But if you can hear that through the mic, it's just my family being noisy. Nothing to be concerned about. So we got all kinds of mule deer tracks. No surprise there. This place is lousy with mule deer. Yep, just like a real pheasant. They'll let you walk right up on them. Yeah, it's a nice big plump. It's probably like a 4-star rock. Ready for me to miss? It's gonna be great. That's pretty accurate. You can almost step on a pheasant sometimes before they'll flush out. I don't know if I've been this close to one before, though. There they go. Wow. Okay, I'm terrible with the shotgun. Gotta get some practice in. Went down near the road. Gotta get used to that mouse sensitivity. You're a female, aren't you? Oh, no, you're not. You're just not showing your colors very much. My apologies, sir. Yeah, he should be jumping, though. They're like... You can definitely sneak up on him. How am I missing? How is that a miss? I gotta figure this shotgun out, because that it doesn't make any sense. I've shot a lot of clays with shotguns. But that doesn't necessarily translate to a game. There you are. Did he just straight up disappear? No, you can't change the ammo. It's just birdshot. I don't know if that'll change in the future or not. I pulled the trigger and then he was gone. I'm not sure what happened there. Kind of seemed like he just disappeared. So that's a thing. Yeah. Okay. Like straw in the wind. Wonder if that was like desync or something. I don't know. That was weird. He did literally just disappear. I guess he could have fell straight down and maybe I didn't see him. But I would expect it to see feathers. Like other videos I've seen, there's a big puff of feathers when you hit him. I mean, he's going to be like impossible to find if you don't see where he dropped. There's no way you're going to find him. Not in this. Oh, we found a mule deer need zone. So they come down here to drink. Not sure exactly how far away he would have been. So I don't know where he went. I don't know if you guys saw that. To me, it looked like he just literally disappeared. He was there. I pulled the trigger. He was gone. So, yeah. We got to figure out this shotgun. I'm apparently not hitting jack with it. Knocked him into last week, apparently. I can hear pheasants, but it's hard to tell where that's coming from. Blasted to smithereens. Yeah, for that you need a dog to go find your bird for you. Now they're mocking me, chat. Oh, there he is. I see you. Jump, darn you. Alright, that one didn't get away. I think we got him. I think we got him. Shredded. No, he was... It's a pretty tight pattern. I don't know. It doesn't say like what choke, if any, it has on it, but that's a pretty tight pattern. That's at least a modified, if not full choke. It wasn't that great of a male, so we'll take it. He's worth 15 coins. Nice. We got a pheasant. I'm happy. That other one landed up here somewhere. Yeah, there he is. Come here, you. Can you shoot them on the ground? Like, I'm curious to try that just to see if it lets you do that, but it's not really ethical. Alright, I'm kind of getting a feel for it now. Little 1 stars. We're culling the pheasant herd. Alright, now we unlocked pheasants. Alright, well that's cool. Let's go find some deer though. I kinda want to take some deer with the 30-30. It's funny in the tutorial, it's like, the 30-30 is not a very good weapon for deer. Go buy a 243. Like, 30-30 is kind of just the most common deer rifle known to man. But whatever. What do I know? I'm just a Missouri hillbilly. So we explored all the way down here. Can I can't fast travel to those. Can't fast travel. Okay, so you have to have the cabins to fast travel. Alright. I gotcha. Wait, there's a marker there. Wait, you can put a marker down? No, you can't. Okay. Weird. We're at the foxes. How much we got? We could almost do some fox hunting. Should we buy a varmint rifle? What do you think, chat? Go see if we can get a fox. I think we should. No, wrong gun. Put it away. There you go. Let's go see, what tier are they calling foxes? Encyclopedia Animals. Red fox is a what? Oh, tier 3. They're categorized over here. Okay. Yeah, Lieutenant Wood, but I'm playing on Ranger difficulty, and those are disabled. That's why I was surprised it was there. Like in normal modes, you can put down both exploration markers and tracking markers. So here's some tracking markers. But I'm not supposed to be able to put those down, so I'm not sure what's going on. Or maybe you're supposed to be able to put them on the map and it's bugged? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going on. You definitely can't see them, you know, out here in the world. All right, or we could, let's see what gear. What do we need to get? Ooh, here we go. Some better binoculars. We got some deer grunt collar. What's this do for us? Okay, so we'd have to get some females in to level up the perk to be able to use the young buck. Might be worth getting a deer collar though. Oh wait, is that 750? Their 7 is so weird looking. That was 150. I'm like, man, these are cheap. Oh, that's 700. I see. Well, let's do it. Let's get a collar. Now I only got $900. Jackrabbit Predator collar. Okay. Then for the better scope. Lens quality medium. I want a high lens quality. So we need $3 grand to get a better scope. All right. say what you can use this on? Nope. Alright, how much was that little cheap 22? Oh, we can afford the 22! It's only hunting tier 2, though, so you're not supposed to use it technically on the foxes. Well, they want you to use the 223, probably? Yeah, they want you to use the 223. Alright. Fair enough. Makes sense. Alright, I think I want to go unlock... There's another cabin, right? Cabin over there. I kind of want to go unlock that so we can fast travel, but actually, yeah, we may not be able to hunt there. Might not be a thing. Let's get away from the lodge and do some hunting. Hunting tier is like how powerful of a weapon you need to kill that animal. Kind of. If that makes sense. Like the 30-30 is tier 4. So you're supposed to use that for like whitetail and mule deer. Not supposed to use it for elk and moose because they're bigger animals. They take more power to bring down. So it's just a way to classify that. For people that don't know. Like, I grew up around guns and hunting, so I know you don't shoot a moose with a 22. Some people might not know that. The heck? Did I break my Jeep? I'm not sure what's happening. What's going on? What? I think we're okay. I'm not sure what that was. I forgot to change time of day. Beep, beep. Oh well. Let's drive north. Find the boundary. We'll kind of know then where our hunting range is. I'd like to find whitetail. I'm not sure where the whitetail are. How fast is... Oh, it's 5:45. Time goes pretty fast. It's gonna be getting dark soon. Which begs the question, are you allowed to hunt after dark? I mean, you're not supposed to here in Missouri, except for very specific things. Yeah, this is about as far as we've been. So what do we got up here? A bridge that goes that way. So the main road looks to be to the left. Yeah, that's a lesser traveled road. Lighting is pretty legit. This branches and goes either way. Oh, so we're out of... Am I allowed to hunt here? Yeah, it doesn't say hunting permit required, so we can still hunt this far. I don't know what denotes the border of, like, where you can hunt, where you can't hunt. Like, there's these gray borders. I guess that's Cottonwood area. This is Rivermouth area, maybe? I don't know. Let's go this way. We can get up to this cabin eventually. We'll see if that's outside the hunting area. Because there's permits you have to buy to be able to hunt the entire map. You start out kind of in the middle, I think. I have to keep looking at my GPS. Ooh, this is getting kind of marshy. This is like moose territory. Nice. I could see there being some moose up here. Oh, there's some ducks. Or geese? Might be geese. They're pretty big. Cool. A ranger patrol. No, I've seen it on other videos. It says at the top of the screen. If you pull your... I think if you pull your gun out. It'll say at the top, like in big red, hunting permit required, something like that. And if you shoot something, you can't claim the animal. It says claimed by private property owner or something like that. Alright, we got a lot of birds up this way. Those are ducks. Okay, cool. Yeah, I just saw some ducks landed down there on the water. So yeah, there's some ducks down here. That's this marshy area here. Alright, cool. Sorry, kiddos headed off to bed. Saying goodnight real quick. Yeah, it's getting a little more heavily forested up in here. So this goes up, and there's another T. We want to take a right at the next T. Just looking around to see if there's any Mises. Man, is there a setting that makes it not move the camera? Controls. Yeah, I don't see anything, unfortunately. Keeps resetting my view. I wish I'd just leave the view alone. This marshy area goes for quite a ways. Oh, hey there, bear. How's it going? It's a black bear running by. I guess we're in black bear territory. There's some moose up there. Will the moose or no? Oh yeah, it is. Is it a moose? Yeah. Okay. I don't have anything that'll take down the moose. Nice to see some moose, though. They're not too worried about little old me. That bear, though, he's hauling ass. He's like, I'm out of here. This is exactly what a black bear would do. He would not stick around. Cool. Well, we got some moose up here. I kind of want to go off-roading. Oh, now the moose are out here. Like, can I get this thing stuck? I'm kind of curious. Yes, it is a very beautiful game, indeed. We just drive across the swamp. Sure can. Oh, that's a river. Going for it, chat. Unstoppable. It's the little Jeep that could. Yeah, Bear's got places to be. People to see. Got a little off the beaten track. We need to head kind of north there to get back to the road. I've seen pictures of this Jeep with like smoke coming out of it, I think. So I think it does tell you that the Jeep is not indestructible. So I assume if you damage it too much, you have to reset back to the launch. The player can take damage as well. There is fall damage. Alright, here's a road. That's our road. There's the moose. I don't know if that's the same moose or different moose. It's nice. There are animals around, but they're not just everywhere like Call of the Wild. Let's see. Looks like I want to head this way to get to that cabin. So that cabin, I believe, is a fast travel point, and you can also change time there. Ah, there we go. We are in the new territory. We'll go ahead and unlock this cabin while we're up here. There it is. I see smoke coming out of the chimney. Getting into some elevation here. Does this say Ruiz's cabin? Okay. I'm pretty sure Ruiz lets us use his cabin, though. Beautiful. Can we go in? Oh, we can. Ruiz! I'm home. Okay. That's a lot of text. Oh, so he's an author. And we can do odd jobs for him. Alright, we'll turn that. We can do all kinds of missions and stuff, which I might do at some point. For now, I'm just kind of doing my own thing. I could hear something down there. I'm not sure what.
You've discovered Nez Perce Valley swamp habitat.
I sure have.
Prepare to stick your feet in swamp vegetation and abundant water. This habitat is a home for many waterfowl animals, like diving and dabbling ducks, as well as geese. Many venture here to hunt moose. Their size may lead you to believe that they are an easy animal to locate, but they tend to be good at vanishing between marshes.
Okay, cool. Okay, so there's Michael's clearing. There's Bear Den Ranch. There's Ruiz's cabin. Okay, so that says breakwater. I wonder how we know which thing to buy. Can I go in photo mode and take a picture of that map? That could be kind of handy. It's got all like the names and stuff on it. Not the best lighting in the world, but that'll work. A few pictures of it. Awesome. Then I thought we could pass time here. Do stuff. Ah, here we go. I would like to rest until sunrise. Actually, a little before sunrise. Can't change the minutes, just the hours. All right. Wow, how immersive is that? Except for the permission to hunt required. Alright, just got to get a couple more F-12s. Then we'll be on our way. It just looks so darn good, chat. Can't help myself. What's cool is you can actually, is it here? You can actually, you can be in photo mode and the game's not paused. Pretty cool. So y'all enjoy the fire. I'll be right back. I just need to go tinkle. All right, much better. I'm gonna grab a soda though. Refill the old bladder. The headphones back on. All right, we need to go do some hunting and get some cash so we can play with more toys. And I wonder if we should go south. I really would like to hunt whitetail at some point. That's right, I'm in photo mode. I'm trying to walk. There's some graphics artifacts here and there. Hopefully they'll get those sorted out. A waterfall over there. Very nice. So that's probably that mission area. But we don't even have permission to hunt here yet. So it kind of looks like the gray boundaries are the territory boundaries. But we apparently have permission to hunt, at least in Breakwater, Cottonwood, and Rivermouth. I'm wondering if we go over here, if we will have permission to hunt. So let's go back down this road and we'll go the other direction at that T. We'll get a feel for where we can hunt, where we can't. At least they give you part of the swamp you can hunt. It's not like you're completely locked off from moose. Alright, somewhere down here should be that T-junction? Yeah. Cross the river and then we go back the other way. Is this where we... I guess that's where we crossed. I don't remember it being this narrow. I guess it was. So we go around this way. So now we're back in here. Do we get the permission hunt required? Over here? Oh, we don't? Okay, so we can hunt here and do his mission. Okay. So we can hunt over here, whatever this is, too. Canuxu Shores. Apparently we can hunt here, unless we have to get out. Nope, there's nothing on the screen. Cool. So there's a lot of territory you can hunt before you have to buy the permits. Now, oh, it tells you Falls Reservoir. See, the early access people that were playing this, they acted like it was, maybe this was added, but they like couldn't figure out which thing to buy to get which territory. Maybe they added this to make that easier, I'm not sure. So yeah, there's all that. Discover all animal species living in the swamp. Okay, that's fine, we'll deactivate that. I'm not going to do anything of that nature just yet. In story mode. Well, let's go explore a little bit here. I don't know if there's anything here I can hunt. All I've got with me is my 30-30 and my shotgun. Ooh, but wait, I forgot. One of the advantages, let me spit that out. If you got your Jeep, you got your stuff with you. Check that out. Let's grab the 783. It's at least tier 5. It's a little more powerful. I just kind of want to wander up here off the road a bit and take a look around, see if there's anything we could possibly hunt. Clouds aren't being weird anymore. Look like something, but it's just low level of detail plants. Man, those trees look so good. I'm sure the compression on Twitch kills it, but you can pretty much see individual needles on these pine trees. It's crazy. when you slow down, you really slow down. It's like a sneaking walk. A woodpecker? It's quiet up here. Yeah, right, LT? They look like actual trees. There's a lot of variation, too. Like, if you just look here, you've got the, I assume that's an old tree. You got this one with, like, some bark missing. It do look good. Thought I would have spooked something by now. Maybe there's just nothing around. Okay. I stand corrected. I don't know what that is. That's the other thing. I gotta learn all these animal calls since we don't have the helpers. Is that a moose? I keep hitting control to crouch, and then that toggles my slow speed on. It was kind of echoey. I couldn't tell for sure where it was coming from. I don't know what animal that was. Was it a Yeti? There's again, it's off over that way, I think. Wind's in our favor if it is over that direction. I'm gonna cross this little valley here. I hear squirrels. I don't know if they're modeled in game, but I can hear them every once in a while. Keep forgetting there is auto walk. Put that on slow. Dry. Had to grab some chapstick. There's a squirrel over there scolding, but I don't know if they're in game or not. I would love it if you could squirrel hunt. Don't know of any game that lets you do that. There is a 22. Oh, well, maybe you can't squirrel hunt. I don't know. Not sure what you're supposed to hunt with the 22. You know, no, we spooked something. Other than squirrel. Yeah, we spooked something over the hill there. Heard it go through the trees. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to equip my deer collar we bought. I have to do that when we get back to the Jeep. Can I fast travel to the Jeep? No. Okay. All right, catch you later, Lieutenant Wood. Thanks for dropping in. Have fun. Yeah, well, whatever's up here, we scared it off. I haven't really seen anything that looked like a need zone, but I don't really know what I'm looking for. These high meadows. There are game trails, though. I swear I just heard a snort. That's bear tracks. That's what that is. Let's hope it's a black bear. Some moose, maybe? It's a pretty good size hoof print. Or not moose, elk. Starting to hear animals now. They're waking up, apparently. Yeah, I've got some, what I think is elk tracks going both directions on this trail. And some bear tracks. I don't really have the weaponry to be up here. These big animals anyway, so let's just head back to the Jeep. Need to try to remember to get my deer collar out. We'll head back down to where animals are that we can actually shoot. It's H for light. Yeah, we've got elk heading up that way. Almost spooky up here. I'll look forward to when you can customize your controls, because I would much rather have F be flashlight. Because I'm not going to use auto walk that much. Jeep's over this way. Basically walk towards the sun. So if any of these are... Yeah. But that might be where they bedded down, because it was kind of clear area. A lot of map to explore. I like it. We'd be playing a lot of this. I think we're down here. Keep seeing little things, but then it turns out to be like a rock or something. There's my Jeep. That's cool though. We saw some moose. We saw a bear. But I would imagine we need to go hunt some muleys. Get some cash. I'd like to unlock the, or not unlock, I'd like to buy the better binoculars probably next. Scouting is crucial. Especially on ranger difficulty. Man, how good does this game look? Seriously. Yep, it looks very nice. Sadly, you guys can only see it squished to 720p and compressed. I mean, I'm looking at it 1440p. Holy crap. How fast is... Okay, so it's already almost 8 o'clock. Time goes pretty fast. See if anything was headed down the river for a morning drink. Yeah, there's a bit of wind. It's pretty light right now. I don't know if you can see it on Twitch. There's a little bit of purple, so there's a little bit like purple haze that comes off of you. That's your scent. So in Ranger mode, that's the only way you can tell which direction the wind is going. There don't appear to be like any leaf particles or anything. I've seen some butterflies. But like in Classic, Hunter Classic at least, there'll be little things in the wind. Give you an idea of speed and direction. The trees seem static. Oh no, they're definitely moving. It's just not very windy right now. Yeah, they definitely move with the wind. The little plants and stuff do too. That kind of detail might get lost on stream. If I just hold it still here for a second, you should be able to see. Alright, let's get our collar. How's this work? Gear. Oh, you can change this. Alright. All my hunting games, Classic, Call of the Wild, I have binocs on 5, so I'm going to move that. And my deer collar is on 4. Oh, you can't see it. No! Alright, deer collar's going to be a 7, I guess. How's this work? Okay, right button puts it to your mouth. And I think you're supposed to call again when the little arrow thingy gets to like the middle where it's bigger. I need to read up on that. I'm not 100% sure how that's supposed to work. I don't think there's any deer here to attract. I just wanted to see how it worked. Now, if I just click, what happens? Okay, so you don't hold. You can't vary it. It's just a click. All right. Now we know how that works. I think I see some moose. Yep, there's some moose down there. Oh, that's a big one. The paddles on that bad boy. I need a bigger gun before we go moose hunting. Okay, I'm going to put that back because I'm actually used to hitting 4 now. There we go. Am I crouched? No. I keep thinking I'm crouched because I'm so short. I can barely see in the door on this Jeep. Look how tiny I am. I'm a child. That's pretty funny. No wonder I can barely see in the Jeep. Dad lets me use the Jeep on the weekends. Okay. See, and then it's F for lights when you're in the Jeep. Confusing. All right, back to Tier 4 territory. Actually, I don't need to drive back. I can just fast travel, can't I? And then I can pull my Jeep out no matter where I am, so it's all good. I'm gonna waste my time driving. Not some kind of chump. Although I'm really close to that question mark. Let's go see what that question mark is. Probably a deer stand. It's down here, kind of where there's land in the middle. Yeah, it's a deer stand. I see it now. A hunting stand, I guess, to be more technically correct. You don't say. Oh, I do have my shotgun on me. Very quiet. It's duck season. Can you hunt ducks from a tree stand? Oh, I think I see him out on the water. Just take off? Oh, there he is. The wind's pretty light. See if we can sneak down there. So I wish you would make more noise, like moving through the bushes. One thing I do like, though, if you get on the ladder with a gun in your hands, when you get off the ladder, it puts that gun back in your hands. So that's nice. I don't know anything about duck hunting. Other than you're supposed to shoot the duck. I know from the pheasants, we had to get pretty darn close to take down the pheasant. So can we get a duck? The heck was that? Oh, like somebody cocking a gun. These ducks packing? Wow, I do not get this shotgun. He was close. I shouldn't have had to lead him that much. I don't think I hit any. I don't think I hit anything. Are they coming back? Okay, on the other side of that rock. There's some wicked sounds up here. Now, can we find the duck? Oh, that was a feather. We definitely got him. Oh, oh, I saw claim animal. Where is he? I saw E claim animal. Where'd you go? What? Oh, there. Oh, I thought that was water. It's a white outline. See, like, how are you supposed to see that? Really? You gotta really look. I was busy looking at here, and he was right here. There we go. First duck. Got him. Wasn't sure how much to lead, but look at that. I got 2 pellets in the head. Not bad. And that is a wild duck, it says. It looks kind of like a mallard, but I don't really know ducks that much. That's cool. The 1 star, bad genetics. Works for me. Wow, duck meat's pricey, but they just don't hardly weigh anything. So. Alright, well, we got duck. There we go. Missed. I think they need some work on the ducks. They came right back to where they were. I don't know much about duck hunting, but that doesn't seem right. I'm guessing there's a need zone down here. Should probably go try to find. That's about how you shoot at ducks IRL. You mean me missing? Oh, that's a moose. A moose drinking spot. I knew we'd find something down in here. These ducks were pretty interested too. I don't know if I'm looking for water or... I thought they ate around like reeds and stuff. Well, you probably don't want to save your lice. You should get rid of those. Yeah, I'm not seeing like a duck need zone. Alright, well, they hang out around the water. We know that much. I saw particles fly off, but I don't think it has hit markers. No, it doesn't leave marks anywhere. Can you imagine the mud mess if you did that IRL? Especially with a slug. It's okay, Dave. I'd come to your funeral. Alright, we got kind of sidetracked by ducks, but let's head on south. Try out this deer collar. Oh, hey, I did a thing for the mission. Awesome. Wasn't even paying attention to that pop-up. Back to our oversized Jeep. I think the player scale is off, because even in the house, like, you're staring at the doorknob. I think the player is, like, seriously undersized. It's where that bear ran across, isn't it? No, I think it's a different area. Oh, this is fun. I'm really enjoying this game. I'm going to be playing a lot of this. Where am I going? I need to hang a left here. So it is. Yeah, it's 8:40 already. Time flies. You don't want to skip too much time because then your trophy deer are going to be dying off. These animals all have a lifespan. It's kind of funny. I was reading through some of the Steam forums for this game. Kind of a mistake. I lost a few IQ points, I think. Somebody on there was complaining about how it was a stupid game. It was too hard. They couldn't make out this tracks in the Hunter Sense. Blah, blah, blah. This might not be the game for you. If you think it's too hard with all the helpers turned on, you should probably go play something else. I know, I don't have to drive back, but it's fun. Alright, where's our little mule deer herd? I thought this was Lodge Hill. Apparently it's not. It's fine. It'll buff out. Uh-oh. Oh, there's a rock there. Mistakes were made. This thing is like unstoppable. Anybody in here old enough to remember Stompers? Reminds me of a little Stomper truck. No, I don't think it has gas or anything. I believe you can damage it. So I assume you just have to respawn it. Might have bit off more than I can chew. It won't let you aim at the Jeep. I was going to shoot a tire to see what happened. They thought of everything, didn't they? Oh, I'm nowhere. I thought I was down here. I'm still up here. Oh, the wind's all wrong for that, isn't it? Yeah, let's fast travel to the shooting range so we can head over to the river. So I kind of use a 30-30. I think it gets a bad rap in this game. Let's go old school, chat. Here we go. We'll slam the door. Okay. It's an interesting way of doing iron sights. Let's see if we can get a muley iron sights. Achievement unlocked. In need of new shoes. Okay. Where do I buy shoes? So the wind is still out of the north. It seems to be kind of prevailing wind down the valley. Which makes sense to me. So let's just kind of head towards the river. We'll have to get pretty close. We got the 30-30 and we're going iron sights. Oh, since we're iron sights. Okay, so you're all the way down and then boop. So we should be 0 to 100 meters. The deer stand down here somewhere. Yeah, past the shooting range. There it is. So Dave, have you bought this game yet? We need to try out some co-op. See if it works better than Call of the Wild's multiplayer. I saw one video where they were doing multiplayer and it looked pretty solid. At least it worked for them. Alright, let's get up in our stand and see what's going on. I didn't even move the mouse, it just looked that direction. Pretty light wind. Not see anything along this part of the river. You're waiting to watch my stream to see? We both have so much time on our hands. We should definitely play this together. Weren't gonna buy it till the angler came out, Knox. Yeah, I'm gonna see what the angler's all about. I have a feeling it's gonna be like the Call of the Wild of fishing games. Which is not really for me, but it's cool that they're doing it. Nothing wrong with having more variety. There's already several free fishing games out there that are pretty fun if I want to scratch my fishing itch. Is that a fox or is that a bright colored plant? That's a bright colored plant, alright. It's like a little fox. Nope. It's a plant. Yeah, rushing fishing. Rushing? No, Russian fishing. Rushing fishing. It's a different game. It's a good one, RF4. Alright, wind's kicked up a little bit. Need to find more need zones for that herd. Surprisingly, there's no mule deer tracks along here. Yeah, I'm not seeing any mule deer tracks. Badger hole. $30-30 seems kind of overkill for badger. That's what they had me use. They hide in the underbrush and grass so well. Oh, shoot. They want a deer. I just spooked them. Yeah, they can smell me. Well, we'll head this way and see if we can get an idea where they're going. Zero self-control. It's a really good game. If you want a realistic hunting game with awesome graphics, I mean, yeah. No regrets. It might be long gone by now. They were trotting pretty good. There's one. Yeah, there's a herd up that way. Alright, they're kind of working this way. Yeah, it's just a badger, so there's that. The little tutorial mission had you shoot a badger because they're tearing up his property back behind the lodge. So, I don't know if you could see that on stream. There's a few mule deer up here. It looks like they're kind of over there somewhere. So I'm going to get up here a little closer and see if we can get a call to work. I want to be able to see them coming if they're going to be coming. Man, these badgers do make a mess, don't they? a revised. I'm not sure if I said that right. Like I was telling somebody earlier, I don't think it's better, it's different. Call of the Wild is like an arcade shooter, and this is a hunting simulator. So it just depends on what you're wanting out of a hunting game. Now I got into the trees, I've kind of lost track of where they were. You can hear them moving around up there. Not 100% sure how the calls work with this little meter thingy. Yeah, I wouldn't hold your breath for bows, Nox. They said like sometime in the future, so it may be a year or more. Because they're working on 2 more maps, I think, within the next 12 months for DLC. No immediate plans for bows that I know of. At least from what I've gleaned from Discord and stuff. Yeah, I'm kind of screened off. I can't see where they were. The wind is not, yeah, the wind is not great at all. So I'm going to head more this way. Yeah, I would definitely expect to see more guns before we see bows. Because the mechanics are already there. I'm crouched, right? It's so hard to tell in first person. If you just tuned in, there were some mule deer over there somewhere that I was trying to stalk, but the wind is not good. I think the scent might have scared them off. See any dirt there for any tracks. Oh, it's a ton of fun, Nox, if you're into hunting games. I mean, I've only played it for 3.5 hours, but I like it. It's exactly what I was looking for. And you can adjust the difficulty. You don't have to play like this on Ranger difficulty with no HUD. You can have all the helpers and markers and easier animals. You can custom tailor what's on the screen to your heart's content. So it's very customizable for what kind of experience you want. I think those muley have moved on. Here's something over there. I still hear some movement over there once in a while. Yeah, it's out for consoles. PS5 and Xbox Series 1, I think. I'm not a console guy, but yeah, it released on PC and I think those 2 consoles today. It just came out today. It is multiplayer, but there's no crossplay, from what I understand. So if you want to play with other friends, they need to be on the same platform. I thought they were over in there, but I've got kind of turned around once I got into the woods. Yeah, latest gen for sure, which I think is PS5 and Xbox One S or whatever it's called. It's a very demanding game. The graphics are amazing. Yeah, I don't know where those mules went. It looks like my leg is like clipping into my view every once in a while. Yeah, it's like... and a few little things that need address. Yeah, I can still hear him over there. I love that you can hear him like moving through branches and stuff. Maybe I'll circle around over there and see if I can look back in there and see him, because then my scent is blowing that way. The wind's from the north. Let's circle around here. They're back. I can hear something back in there. Just can't see them because of the trees. Let's keep circling around, see if we can get them. Yeah, Nox, that's what I like too. And you can, like I said, you can tailor it however you want to play. Oh, wait, is that them? Oh. There's a herd there. Decent buck right there in the middle. So I need to get this way so my scent doesn't alert them. If we can not spook them, that would be awesome. They can see me through the trees. Need to get pretty close because we're... Oh, they're suspicious. He's looking right at me. He's not sure what's going on. He's not happy about it. I might end up spooking him. Gotta get used to how the call works. Yeah, that buck. He thinks something's up. That doe's like, hey, I hear a friend. The buck's having none of it. That's okay. We need to take a doe to start leveling up our call skill anyway. So see if we can get her to come down and we'll take her. But I don't want to be where that grass is going to be in the way. Oh, I didn't get my call out in time. I think you're supposed to use it when it's in the thick part of the line. I need to study up on how that call is supposed to work. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way, Nox. I used to hunt when I was younger, but I mean, we hunted for meat, a little bit for sport, but we mainly for the meat. I don't have any need for the meat right now, and I don't want to mess with it, so I don't hunt. I went deer hunting a couple times, a couple, 3 years ago, but I haven't practiced enough, and I ended up just wounding the deer, and they both got away. I felt bad, so I decided if I can't get time to practice, I just wouldn't do any more hunting. She's calling. Oh, she's turning. Oh, that would have been a good shot, but she turned. Mr. Badger, you chill. If I'd been ready, I could have had a shot. There's a badger over there growling at me. I think she has lost interest. I think she trotted off while I was shuffling around. Headed back to her friends, I think. Well, they got away. No, they don't, Dave. They sell for meat value. But no trophy. Not mule deer and whitetail anyway. Maybe like, oh, there. Oh, she did come back. She's like, well, maybe. Maybe they want to be my friend. Yeah, it's too much work, Dave. And we have a lot of like chronic wasting disease and stuff here in Missouri, so I'm not sure I'd even want to eat a deer these days. Hey, Evie. No, there's all kinds of animals. I've got a badger over there that's growling at me. So far tonight, we've had mule deer, red fox, pheasant, badger, moose, black bear, wild duck. Am I forgetting anything? So, yeah, there's all kinds of animals. Where did you go, dear? You were kind of interested. Are you no longer interested? Oh, she's in those bushes, or she took off? The rest of the herd wandered off for sure. Oh, there she is. Come on down. I want to be friends. Yeah, I think she keeps wandering into those bushes. And I can't see her. Doesn't want to get much closer. Oh no, here she comes. She's coming through the bushes. Hey, good luck, Knox. Happy hunting. I might want to lower my zero if she's going to get that close. Lower that to 50. Oh, it moves your sight picture. So you can actually tell on this one. I need her to turn, though. This isn't a great shot. If she's super close, I might go for a heart shot. But you're going to lose so much energy in that muscle wall there on the front. That's so cool. It's moving the gun when you sight the iron sights. Maybe a neck shot if she super close. I don't know how close she'll get before she spooks. If she'd stop and turn, that would be perfect. I got multiples coming in. for them to take off. She's still bouncing away. Thought that was a good neck shot, but I didn't get the spine. Oh boy, chat. I thought that was going to be a drop. We have got our work cut out for us. Oh, that's where I hit her. All right. Where'd that go? Did that just disappear? No, there it is. That's a pretty good wound, but man, she was still bouncing clear up into the woods. Yeah, thanks, Dave. I was going for the neck, you know, the spine shot, so she'd just drop in place. Might have been a little low. Let's see if we have any blood splatter going across the road. Be our best bet to see something. This is going to be rough, because it's going to be like tracking a deer IRL. I mean, this is all you'll see. And when we get into the grass, see, it's just on the blades of grass there. That's actually really well done. Good job, devs. I've done this IRL, and it can be rough. Especially if you have like a spot of blood on a leaf. That's all you have to go on. Alright, so she ran up through here. Oh, okay. So let's see if we can find where she came out through here. Yeah, it's really bright, which I think is good. Yeah, man, I'm not seeing anything. Oh, here we go. So yeah, we got splatter on the branch even. And you can tell from the drop pattern, she was going that direction. Yeah, she was still bouncing away up through here. Keep seeing those little berries. Or did she kind of follow this game trail? Losing blood. We need another blood spot. Where did you go? Be nice if she was just laying up here. There's a decent amount of blood, so I don't think she would have went too far, but I mean, they move pretty fast, so they can cover a lot of territory before they go down. I think I'm gonna have to backtrack. I'm not seeing anything up here at all. Anything on this log? Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to backtrack because I'm not seeing anything. Oh wait, what's this? No, there's just a dark spot on the branch. I was hoping we'd spot her up here if she went down. There's the rest of the herd. Decent sized buck sitting there. Oh man, I've got a shot on him. But I'm already tracking one. Don't do it! Don't do it! So tempting. Alright, let's head back down here where we had the blood and see if we can work out this trail. So, it was here in a bush, right? To find the bush she came through. Crap, which bush was it? Uh-oh. I've got it all turned around now. I don't know which bush it was. Need to be able to, like, drop a, you know, cross some sticks together or something like you could IRL to mark the trail. Just drop him this time. Easy peasy. No doubt. I know we came up through here and there was blood in a bush. But I've completely lost track of which bush she went through. Was there blood on the road? I'm trying to remember now. Where the blood was. There it is. Alright, so she ran across here. Oh, I was way off on the bush. I got it all turned around. Then somewhere up past all this, there was blood in a bush. Here it is. Came through here. And that's the last we had, so now we need to find the next one. It looked like she was kind of bouncing pretty straight. There we go. Still headed that direction. Be nice if I had a compass. I can turn the compass on, but then it's like on the whole screen. It's kind of goofy looking. Ruins my immersion. Here we go. We got a little bit of blood on a plant. Oh yeah, she bled quite a bit through here. There we go. Just a little bit on the ground. There we go. Still on her trail. So she went through or around this. You see these little pink berries, and they kind of look like blood from far away. Oh, I just saw it. There it is. Gotta be at the right angle. See, now, that looks like she had slowed down here. If they really did this right. It looks like a lot slower pace. It's kind of dripped in a circle. Here we go. See, look at that. It's got blood on the branch and the leaf. I love it. It's nice detail to see in the hunting game. brush off in this tree. Not seeing any. Man, it's so easy to lose that little thread of a trail. Yeah, I've lost it. Gotta go try to find it again. It is so hard. I like it though. It's a challenge. Okay, she came out of here. There we go. I was going that way, but then I thought we found it more over towards the side. I always look to see if it like wiped off on something, because that's a lot easier to see than on the ground. Alright, where was the last indicator? Back here. Man, it's so easy to get turned around. And I've lost it again. Which bush did she come out of? Here we are. At this point, she's traveling basically that direction. I thought we found one over that way. Maybe not. Maybe she turned here. Come on, Blood Trail. Speak to me. Where'd you go, little deer? At this point, I'm just hoping she's laying over here somewhere and I can just grab her. Not seeing any deer. Huh. That's how they do it on TV. Saw it on TV, it's got to be true. Alright, so we got this. And I found one. Oh yeah, I found this one. Yeah, she had veered that way a little bit. Then that's the last one I had, I think. That's when I got over in there looking. Ah, here we go. Here we go. Good little spot of blood. One thing I've done is I'll like drop a glove or something, you know, real life to mark where you last saw something. Okay, here's finally back to where I thought I'd found it in the trees. So she went through here. So we got this blood and we got that blood. That's where the trail kind of went cold. Or if she headed downhill, like a wounded deer sometimes will. Where'd you go, crazy deer? Lots of tracks. Oh, let's see, where were we? Were we here? Yeah. So we got that. Where's the other blood? Yeah, it looks like it was going that direction. I've lost my other reference point. What the heck was that? There it is. See, from like here, it's pretty much invisible. Here you can see it plain as day. Stand on this. She was going this direction. Doesn't mean she kept going this direction, but it's a direction. I'm not seeing any other blood signs. Be funny if she's like laying under the tree. Pretty soon you start seeing red everywhere. Just kind of crisscross over here. See if we could see any blood from a different angle, maybe. You'd think with all this grass here, there'd be something. See anything on these trees? Where'd she go, chat? Evie's like, I don't know. You're a dumb deer, you find it. Oh, your phone capitalized it, Dave. It ruined it. Think she snookered us? I wonder if she like turned because there's so many trees there. I don't know. I don't know how their pathfinding works. I did see a pheasant vanish before my eyes, so possible she just disappeared, but I think she's out there somewhere. Now, I mean, the last couple blood trails we have are decent size. It's not like she tapered off to nothing. At least it doesn't appear to have tapered off to nothing. If you were deer, you'd have gone to the right. Yeah, I was looking around over there. I keep wondering if it's like in all this grass. I just can't see it. Oh, looky there! Got another blood trail. It was in this grass hiding. See? Look. Can't see that. Right there. She went this direction. She went slightly to the left, Evie. Your deer instincts are not quite right. So that blood can really hide in this grass. Pretty darn realistic. I like it. There's some clear ground up here. Hey, we got a need zone. Anything up here where it's easy to find blood? See how the grass is all trampled down? Could have told you that was a deer resting area, even without the E-analyze. Where you at, deer? Where you is? Good thing you're an EV and not a deer. Yep. It's good. Good thing. Alright, was it on the edge of... Yeah, it was on the edge of here. Headed that direction. Oh, pfft, staring right at it. I wonder if it doesn't leave blood in a need zone. Because it would interfere with the E to analyze. And the light, I think, actually helps. Alright, back to the last marker. It's over... Yeah, we had this one. And then I was staring right at one over here in the grass. There it is. I mean, she's still bleeding pretty decent. Yeah, I need a black light, huh? I can hear the deer. It's probably that same mule deer herd crashing through the trees up there. So that's right there. This one's right here. Just a little bit to this. So it's going this direction. Oh, there we go. There's another one. A big old spot of blood. Then, oh, there we got another big old spot of blood. Oh, they are in the need zone. How did I miss that? There we go, just a little bit hiding in the grass. So she's kind of angling uphill. From the looks of it. Where you at, blood? Track her down. Blood likes to hide in these little yellow flowers. Kind of surprised she went this far. Bleeding that much. You laying up here somewhere? Where you at, dear? I'm getting tired of searching for you. Then we're back into this stuff. Oh man, I'm getting tired. I'll fall asleep. Alright, so she was coming out of this bed zone. Good spot right there. Little spot there. Here we go. What was that? Heard something off to my right. Hey Nox, once you have to complete the tutorial. Once you complete the tutorial, go back to the main menu, and when you select area or whatever it's called, when you select which map you want to go to, at the top it'll say difficulty, and you like push F to get the difficulty you want. But you have to go through the tutorial first. That kind of threw me for a little bit. Put there. This is good incentive to make your shots count. I thought I had a good next shot. I didn't. Oh, lots. Yeah, she's got to be here close. Got to be close. This blood was in this deer. Yeah, she was standing here. That's a perfect standing blood spot. So she probably could have turned and went any direction. Not hiding in one of these bushes, is she? Where's that standing blood drop? There we go. Yeah, it's pretty much impossible to tell which direction she went from that. Oh, what we got here? More blood. Turn to go this way? Kind of looking like she might have went off this direction. And lost it. Yeah, she's got a lot. All right, where was that bit? Let's see. She came up here and stood somewhere over in here. Here we go. And then it looked like she went off this direction. We found one more. Like she was going that way. Another little one. Oh yeah, she kind of circled back around, I think. Where were you, blood? There you are. There's that red thing on the plant. That's the red thing on the plant. All right, blue flower, and then there was one over here. Just going that direction. All right, we're going for sure thing double lung shots from now on. Because this is ridiculous. All right, blue flower. Little dribble, and then nothing. Blue flower. Little dribble. Going that way. Keep thinking that's blood, but it's just the red flowers on this. Red buds or something on those plants. And we got nothing. Which direction did you go? Did you change direction again? I mean, she's definitely going that direction. Unless she turned and went this way. She's tricky, chat. She's tricky. Clever girl. Did you like, how do I miss that? It's so easy to miss. All right. Up into this mess. Now where did you go? She's trying to juke us. More big splots. Oh, we got just a little bit on the tree branch. It looks like what they're doing for that is they're projecting it up from the ground. See how it... I don't know if you can see that on the stream. See as the branch wiggles? So they're kind of doing some tricks to make that work, but the effect is nice. She came through here. Yeah. On up this way. Okay. Ooh, lots of blood. Hopefully that means she's about dead. Lots of bleeding. There's a lot of blood. I was expecting to find the next one pretty close. Nope. Through there, then I found another one, didn't I? About the last one. I should have noted the time when I started tracking her. I don't remember when it was. It's been a while. Oh, here we go. Oh, man, it's so easy to miss that stuff. He was leading us on a merry chase. Like back in here, is she? Yeah, that little doe is gonna be hard to find. Just laying in the grass or something. I think we're gonna have to go back. I'm not seeing anything up here. Their general direction of travel. Holy crap, deer. Whoa. Wowzers. We shot her like clear down here, didn't we? I got too far away. I shouldn't have went that far. Now I gotta try to find the blood trail. Oh, we got some blood on the rocks. Alright. So see, I wouldn't even be able to see that from down there. It's a good thing I turned around. There we go. Got a little bit here. Bit there. Come on, trail. Talk to me. We lost it. No, we had it. Yeah, here we go. Oh, thanks, Evie. Thought it was coming up on an hour, if not an hour already. Like I said, this is just good incentive to make good shots, because it was a little questionable doing a next shot. I thought it was close enough that I could pull it off, but I didn't. She has ran quite far. Down here somewhere. Where was that last bit? There's she coming off the rocks. Then we found one Over here somewhere. There it is. So that's by the tree right past the rock pile. Then, didn't we find another one after that? Yeah, found this one. Up here by this tree with the roots out is kind of where we lost, I think. Oh, look at that. She turned and went this direction. Here we go. Get some on the end of that stick. Man, she's got to be up here dead close. Can't believe she's gone this far. A few drops on the leaf. But I mean, this is realistic. I mean, it's tough to trail them down. It's easier in the game, actually. Okay, now we're out into the grass, huh? There we go. Just got a little bit on the grass. Did you turn? She might have turned. Oh, but she'd be laying over here in the creek bed or something. Yeah, I hear you, Fox. Ain't got time for it today. Alright, she came out of the trees. Got that. Big tree, little bush. that's a perfect emote for that. This is red in the grass color. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Back on the trail. She's veered off to this direction. There we go. Do that on the trail more often. That's a lot easier to find. It definitely is not going in a straight line. Oh, whitetail. Nice. Wonder where the whitetail were. Oh, no. Oh, no, chat. The blood's clearing up. That means she didn't die. She probably didn't die. That sucks. I hate doing that. Yeah, well, no, there's bright again. Maybe that was just a graphical artifact. Because that's bright red again. is. Okay, it's right. Maybe that was just a graphical artifact. I was like, dang, they're modeling that too? Because it'll start clear and then it'll just dry up and then you never see the deer again. Okay, you guys saw that, right? That literally just disappeared right before my eyes. There was blood right there. So, does that mean there's like a time limit? Because that sucks. Here, we found the blood right here on the trail. I think the trail just disappeared. What was the timestamp on that? Let me get over here to chat. Oh, there it is, 13:45. That's a little less than an hour. I call shenanigans. I was hot on the trail of that deer. Yeah, because, I mean, it's 11:37 here, so it's a different hour, but... I should have had another 7 minutes or so. If that timestamp was correct. But yeah, it literally disappeared right before my eyes. That sucks. I put all that effort in. And then the dang blood trail just disappears. What a bunch of BS. Thanks, Darkwind. Oh, yeah, you're right, Evie. Yeah, you did say that. Yeah, that was, would have been right around 10:45 for me, so it's less than an hour. It was like 50 minutes. That seems kind of an odd number. That's really disappointing. That's the first thing that's really disappointed me with this game. That and that tree being stuck through the other tree. All that effort, and then it just disappears. I don't know if that's a bug or what. Well, maybe we'll shoot her again someday. Yeah, I'll definitely report that and see if... I don't know if it's a bug or a feature. I mean, that seems really lame that it only lasts that long. Think she went for the free lunch? Oh, man. Yeah, that sucks. That took all the wind out of my sails. We were doing so good, chat. All that tracking. Gotta admit, that's some mad tracking skills. Just, I'm glad I was looking at it when it disappeared. I am glad of that. Well, now what? So it looks like whitetails are kind of down this way. But if we keep walking this way, our the wind is not in our favor for sure. So maybe head back down towards the road. Somebody mentioned earlier a GoPro on my head. I think that might actually just be the light. Oh no, it's got a camera too. Yeah, it is a camera. Nine Rocks Games hat. Nine Rocks Games, I got words. They're not kind words. No, it's a fantastic game. That's just disappointing. To put 45, 50 minutes into tracking a blood trail, and then it literally disappears in front of your eyes. That's rather disheartening. Found some need zones. I hear you, Fox. Yeah, we got a lot of tracks. Was mule deer? I thought whitetail had the little doe, what are they called? Doe claws, or the little points on the back. So that might be mule deer tracks. Hey, boss player. No, I'm playing solo. Yeah, I can't remember if they're called dew claws or they're called something else. The heck was that? Run, Fox, run. Sure what that was. So the wind is still kind of out of the north-ish. So funky, yeah, your leg like clips through your view when you're crouched. There's a few little things they need to fix. Overall, pretty solid release. Enjoying the heck out of it, even with that disappointing trail disappearing. I will definitely be reporting that. Yeah, it's a beautiful world. And boss player, if you're still here, a lot of games that are multiplayer, they have some mechanism where all the players agree to sleep. So I'm not sure how it works on this game. It might be something like that. It's not letting you sleep. I saw something moving. I guess it was just a shadow glitch or something. New perk unlocked, like a ghost. Okay. What does that do? I haven't even looked at my perks. Hiker. Oh, 15% less noise when moving upright. We've traveled 15 kilometers in upright stance. Half of that's tracking that dang deer. That's cool. Once we hit 30 kilometers, we'll be 15% less visible. Look at that. Very nice. There's bears, but they don't hunt you as far as I know. We saw a black bear earlier. He was doing black bear things, running away. Yeah, see these tracks, they got the little dew claws on the back. That looks like a whitetail to me. I think the mule deer maybe don't have that. So down the southern areas where we got some whitetail, looks like, yeah, cool. Oh, lots of deer tracks, that's a good sign. Time's getting to be in game, 2:30 in the afternoon, so not necessarily ideal deer hunting time. See if we see any on the move. What's that? Is that a deer laying down over there? Oh, that's the direction my scent's going. Let's go see if we can check that out. Almost looks like a deer bedded down over there. Oh no, it's a fox. And he's running at like 5 FPS. That's weird. I guess what I should have done is restarted the game to see if the blood trail came back. I just now thought of that. That's weird. The fox was like stuttery. There's another fox being all stuttery. Well, let's test something. Let me exit and come back, and I'll see if that fox is still there crossing the meadow. I wonder if the game needs to restart. I've been playing it, see, at least 4 hours, I think, since the last time I restarted, so. It's a new game. It may have memory leaks. I also need to head to bed before too long because it's coming up on midnight. And I have to work. Unfortunately. Career and family really cuts into my gaming time. Oh, nice. He's right there. So it does save, like, each animal's position. Yeah, he's right there. What does this work? My family's kind of gotten used to, you know, having electricity and food. Something about basic needs, blah, blah, blah. Where'd you go? What did the fox say? He said, I'm out of here. Let's leave that on 100. There he is. See his little ears. He's gonna smell me any second. Yeah, he was kind of walking with a purpose. There's another one down on the shore. Not sure where the other one went. Oh, he's coming through the bushes. Okay. That was like digging in the dirt or something. Two for the price of one. I think we got him. $14. Ooh, right in the leg. Sorry, buddy. 2-star. Still don't know how you tell the difference between male and female on a fox. I'm gonna have to learn that. Hold still, fox. I need to check something. I don't think that'd work. All I found so far is that sleeping zone. You got all the fox emotes. Butterfly just flew into the ground. Lots of deer tracks. Yeah, it looks kind of shiny a bit. I don't know how well they simulate the poo. A lot of whitetail tracks around here. That's good to know. Down here. Down here for the whitetails. Those look pretty old. I don't know if that's a thing, but they do look old. For some reason that ammo truck goes right through the bush. Those deer tracks look old. I wonder if that's a thing. They're kind of like worn out a little bit. That's a thing. That's really cool. That looks like mule deer tracks. Oh, I spooked something. I should have been more quiet. Yeah, German soldier, I am. I know, it's so fun though. I don't want to go to bed. Probably some mule deer up here. Yeah, we got some whitetail tracks too. I think I'll get to the top of this hill. It just keeps going. Well, that's some big old poo. Are there elk? Almost looks like elk. Where's the... Oh, the wind's blowing that direction. They must be hearing me. I am crouched, right? Yeah, okay. I can hear him crashing through the brush. Little meadow up here. Wow, look at that mountain. Okay, we got another whitetail need zone. I hear him snorting over there. If we can get past the crest of the hill and see where they went. There they are. They're all just looking over here like, what? What's going on? What do I got? I got my shotgun. All right. We'll have to do 30-30. Holy crap. Yep, turn. There you go. That was a nice double long shot. You better go down. Oh, she's trying to juke me. She went behind the bushes. Yeah, she's not going to get far. There she is. You dead? She wasn't dead. Surprised she can still move. Double long shot and a 33 through the skull. We found the Terminator deer. Really? Are you kidding me? What? Holy crap. Wow. That's one tough deer. All right, there's our first shot. Plenty of energy. We did glance off a rib. Lots of cavitation damage. Shredded the right lung. Went through. Did quite a bit of damage to the left lung. Out through. Hit another rib and then fell out on the ground, basically. Wowzers. I was a little low. I thought I'd brained her. My bad, dear. Dang. Kill shot, single lung. Okay. Lost quite a bit of meat. I'm not sure why, because that was a double long shot and there's no meat on the skull that's usable, so. I call BS, but that's okay.